For each mind and heart that fills the presence of this room, we thank you. Only you truly know what we are setting out to accomplish today. We have an idea, a vision, hints, and daily instructions. We have talents, abilities, and time to work. However, only you can see in perfect detail the end of every beginning, every project, every season, every life. Nothing is ever in vain, for even mistakes and missteps are used for good. Your righteousness transcends all our efforts and understanding. Forgive us for our pride, the pride that puffs us up and the pride that threatens to unqualify us. Strengthen our confidence in who you have made us to be. Set us free from comparison in order to work together efficiently. Bless this meeting today, all those present, as well as the lives of those we will encounter afterwards. Ready us to make every moment count. In Jesus' name, amen. Let's just start around the room. Dallas, you can start and we'll go that way. If you guys want to say a few words before we get started, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I look forward to working with all of you. I will give you a heads up that, with every decision I make, whether it's yes or no, I always have a reason to do as I do. Sometimes I may be the odd man out, but there's always something that I feel that needs to be done, or when it comes to voting. And so sometimes, it may seem pretty straightforward and I'll vote no, and I just go with my gut feeling on some of these things. And so just don't let that surprise you guys moving forward. Thank you.
I want to thank our Creator for giving us all this opportunity to be the representation for each district and be their voice. I hope and pray that we will all be able to work together as one. In the past, we've had differences, and I'm hoping that as a new group starts out, that when we disagree, we can be able to sit down with each other and hash it out, have respect for each other, do our job as a leader to represent each district. And I pray that we have a lot on our table, and when it comes to money, people tend to disagree. But I'm hoping that and praying that we will all work together as one. And last night's experience that we shared together was awesome. And it's something that I've never experienced before, but I know our Creator was watching over us and was guiding us throughout our inauguration. So I want to thank all of you for sitting around the circle. Pidamaya.
I don't know why Kushi has to stand up, but oh, Dallas was too, my bad. I just wanted to share that, once we find out from our vice chairman where we're at with all our funding and move forward, we may seem like this 2 years is a long time, but it's not. Goes very, very fast. So if we want to do something, we need to start today. And I encourage you, and I'm willing to work with everybody here. So thank you.
Good morning. I too, when I decided to run for this office, because I had a really good job that I loved, but when I decided to run, I ran on the purpose of unity, with everybody working together in this circle that we're in. And so I'm hoping that that's what's going to happen in the next 2 years, because I'm actually close to retirement. And so this is kind of my last thing, is I've always believed in working together, and then also for the betterment of the entire tribe and not just a few people. And that's kind of what got me to decide to run for this office. So I'm very happy to be here. And I'm hoping, like I said, we can all work together. And also, I don't hold grudges. If you disagree with me, that's fine. I'm not going to get mad at you. And that's just the way that people are. We will disagree. And it'll be fine. And, you know, I'm not going to hold any grudges on it. So, but thank you.
Good morning. I'm just want to say I'm thankful that that I'm here today too, and that I am also looking forward and I'm excited to working with the new council. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I'm just glad that we're all here, and I'm happy with the way inauguration took place last night and the prayers this morning. So, thank you.
I'd like to say I'm very proud to be sitting here to serve the people. I want us all to come together to be humble, to be honest, to have compassion for our people, and I'm very proud to be here, and thank you all.
Well, you guys kind of covered it all, but add a little bit to it. I want to give thanks to Takashina for allowing me to be in this position. I prayed for this for many years, and I think the people finally seen the same fire in me from the Old Agency District and wanted me to run and be here and represent them in a good way. I was lucky to have a six-month head start here to learn a lot of things for this new 2-year term, and I'm very grateful for that. I know a lot of the people are putting a lot of trust into us, and it's kind of scary for the Oyate. But I just ask that you keep them in mind in all your judgments, and keep the full Oyate in your mind, both on and off reservation. So I say Wopida for allowing me to be here. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Like everyone else said, I am very grateful to be here, and I'm excited to work with you all for the betterment of the tribe, and just thankful. I hope to do our best, and that I do my best for you all as well, and that you all continue to pray for us to do a great job. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to say I'm excited to get to work with you guys, each and every one of you. I think I know everyone at this table by now. It's different coming from sitting on that side of the table and then coming up here. It's very humbling. I'm very honored that the people entrusted me to to lead them for the next 2 years. So I'm excited to get to work with my other two executives here. Last night when we had our inauguration, it was a very humbling experience, and it was a very blessed experience also at the same time. And I really, I can sense, good and bad, and I think we all can. But last night I sensed that we were going to have a good 2 years of working together and serving our people that entrusted us to sit in these seats. And so I'm very thankful for that. I hope we can get a lot of things done in this 2 years. We are going to agree to disagree, but that's okay. We have to keep moving forward, though. We have to come up with a decision, meet in the middle, and then keep moving forward. And like I said, I'm excited to work with each and every one of you here today. So thank you.
Thank you guys for all your words. as we go forth in the coming days, weeks, months, and years that we're serving together on this council. When we come here, I want you guys to dress your best. You know, we have people coming in and out that we're going to meet with, so dress nice, look good. The other part that wasn't on the air is we started out this council meeting with the Oyates Chanupa, and I think that's very important as we move forward. A lot of hard decisions to make. Like Joan said, you know, we're not always going to agree, but one thing we got to know and keep in mind that the decisions that we're going to make are not always easy. It's this form of government that we're entrusted with is a little bit unnatural to our Dakota kinship ways. Our decisions are not going to please everybody, but consensus comes to mind when I think about the direction we're going. As long as we have consensus amongst each other, amongst the people, then we can move forward in a good way. So I thank you guys and look forward to serving with all of you. Thank you in advance for all your hard work as we move forward. A lot of issues we need to cover for our Oyate. So thank you. With that being said, we'll get started with the agenda. You all have a copy of the agenda. We got the approval of council minutes for December 6th and 7th, so take a little bit of time, review those, and then we'll... Okay.
Brandon Gypsywana.
Here.
Janelle Cook. Here. Brandon Adams.
Here.
Dallas Owen. Here. A. Lydia Amos. Here. Kenneth Johnson. Here. Joan White. Here. Tribal Secretary.
Here.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Here. Tribal Chairman.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Verlin. So take a look at December 6th and 7 minutes for your review, and then we'll go ahead and 30, December 30 as well. Heipa?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, can we change my absence on this council minutes for tomorrow, for today and tomorrow, for excused? I was on travel status.
Got that, Verlin? Okay.
And then I had a question on motion number 6. That's the one that, to appoint you, Mr. Chairman, and Tribal Secretary to the United Tribes Technical College. That was made, and the other one, I just wanted to make sure if everybody concurred with that. No, I guess. I mean, if that's okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Swim. Oh, Curtis first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we can talk about that. I mean, I think as we get into our schedules and stuff, so we'll talk about that and maybe delegate somebody if we can't make it and stuff. So that'll be good if that's okay with you, Mr. Chairman.
That's fine with me. We got Dallas and then Joan.
I'm all right with you guys being it, but I also can see Gypsy wanting to speak about it because having 2 executives gone at one time could present an issue if Lexi were to have something come up as well. And so with if there was to be an issue of all 3 executives, I could see that being a potential issue. So Gypsy, were you thinking maybe 1 executive, 1 council?
Yes.
So I'd be okay sitting down for that. Thank you.
And, yeah, and we don't have to decide that right now. We can talk about it a little bit later. I just wanted to, just make note of it.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Gypsy. That's fair. Go ahead, Joan.
Okay, that's what I was going to mention too, is that I would like us to, the new council, to have an opportunity to address that and see if there was someone else that was interested. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Aipa.
Just one more thing, Verlin, on motion 25, there's just a typo. The N on Dallas Owen is left out. First time I caught a typo, I think.
Oh, yeah. That's the end. Oh, it's the ow. Go ahead, Dallas.
Motion to approve the minutes for December 6th with corrections?
Second.
Question.
Okay, we got a motion by Enemy Swim, second by Haipa, question by Bikuli.
Dallas Owen? Yes. A. Lydia Amos?
Yes.
Dennis Johnson? Yes. Joel White?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy Wana?
Yes.
Janelle Cook?
Yes.
Brandon Adams?
Yes.
Travel Vice Chairwoman? Yes. Travel Secretary?
Yes.
Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. Moving on to December 7th. Question by Haipa.
Hi, thank you. I have a question on motion number 42. Yeah, and this is, was you aware of it? And if so, do we have an update on that? What happened? Anybody? You guys were here?
We got it.
Okay.
Under price tag. Under.
All right. Which land was it?
One, you know where that Powell Grounds is, that stop sign there?
Yeah.
Right across.
Oh, okay.
Stop sign there.
All right. That was all I had a question on. Thank you.
Go ahead, Vice Chair.
According to motion number 44, where it says, and to approve the match assurance letter, I would like to request that all managers visit the vice chairman's office before coming to council requesting any kind of matches, so then I'm able to prepare where the match funding will be coming from or any kind of issue like that. Thank you.
Any other questions on December 7th minutes? No questions or concerns? Call for a vote. Motion to approve.
Motion to approve December 7th minutes. Was there any corrections?
No. You good, Gypsy? You good?
No, I had a question. No,
Okay.
I don't, this is another one for discussion later on, I suppose, regarding motion number 51. Does anybody know, has the Medical Cannabis Commission met yet? Okay. So then I think we need a,
Background check. That's what.
who's doing the,
Go ahead, Tribal Secretary.
So we did approve for a company to do the federal background check. So once those are approved, the commission can get started. That's basically all we're waiting on. We didn't know they were just just sitting idle. So we did approve for a company to do the background for federal. And then they're good to go. That's all they're waiting on. So.
Okay.
Do you have a question, Vice Chair?
No,
We had a motion by Enemy Swim.
Enemy Swim, second by the Cooley, and then question by Paul.
Okay,
You ready, Mr. Chairman?
call for the vote. Yep.
Dallas Owen? Yes. A. Lydia Amon?
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson? Yes. Joan White?
Yes.
Brandon Dipsy-Wana?
Yes.
Janelle Cook?
Yes.
Brandon Adams?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Yes. Tribal Secretary?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to December 30 minutes.
Motion to approve December 30th, Mr. Chairman.
Got a motion from Tribal Secretary, question by Bikuli, or second by Bikuli, and question by Whole Agency District. Call for the vote.
Tribal Secretary?
Yes.
Brandon Dipsy-Wana?
Yes.
Janelle Cook?
Yes.
Brandon Adams?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? Yes. A. Lydia Amon?
Yes.
Kenneth Johnson? Joan White?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, the motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on, we have the Tribal Chairman's report, Vice Chairman's report, and Tribal Secretary report. We'll put that off until next month. And so next up, we have Office of Child Support.
I don't know if they're, education will be ready, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we'll go with Education up next.
Done already, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Do you guys want to just do action items here, since this is kind of a lengthy report? There might be some things that the new incoming council are probably not caught up on as far as information goes. Go ahead, Dallas.
Dr. Johnson does a pretty good job making sure we're on the to know. So I think it is lengthy, but she's really good at answering any questions regarding it.
Okay.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning. Welcome.
So earlier I came in and I brought packets all on your desks and left them there so you can quickly look through them and everything. But I want to welcome our new members and welcome our old members back and welcome to my new bosses. So with that, Hanawashte. I'd just like to go down our action items. At this point in time, we did talk a little bit about, I don't know how you want to have the relationship with education. At one point in time, pre-pandemic, we would come in on quarterly basis and we'd report. And so we just took a few minutes or a shortened time, and education would actually be before you. And so you'd hear all of the initiatives and things, and our 2 tribal schools are actually our 3 tribal schools would be here on a quarterly basis. So that was pre-pandemic, and going forward, right now, everything is still action items, so the things you see are action items. And we used to put a monthly report into the secretary. And so for this time, I went ahead and I just included it in my packet for this time. And you'll see both the Head Starts is the second part of my report, that monthly report, and then you'll also see the monthly report from TED and some of my programs that are going on. So with that, going on with my action items, I do have computer bid. That was the only bid we got on. We received in, went through, and it doesn't go through procurement, it goes through IT. And so that needs to be approved, and because it expires, what day is it today? Is it already gone? It expires today, so please approve it.
We got a motion by Enemy Swim to approve computer bids for Education Department. Second by Buffalo Lake. Question by Big Coulee.
And that's for the $80,706.
Yep, $80,706.
The funding source is the broadband grant.
Thank you.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Thank you, Council. My second motion is for the laptop case, which are also part of the budget, and that also is over a $5,000 limit, so Council does have to approve that one too. It's the same deal. The bid is going to expire today, and the funding source is the broadband.
Okay, we need a council motion to approve the laptop case bid for $5,100. Funding source is the broadband grant.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
We had a motion by Bakuli, second by
I'll
Haipa.
second. Yep.
Question by Enemy Swim.
Yes. Dennis Johnson? Yes. Joan White? Yes. Brandon Gypsy-Wana?
Yes.
Yes.
Brandon Adams?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
Dr. Wayne Sherwood? Yes. Dr. Secretary?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you.
Then items number 3 and 4 are FYI for you. I am part of the South Dakota Indian Education Advisory Council, and we put up a report, an annual report, and so you got a copy of the recommendations that go up. This was a huge thing to actually be able to put something like this together and be able to submit it up to the governor and to the legislative body for that. And so we work real hard and diligent on this to get it done in the last couple months. So that's a FYI. And then I also included, so you can see, I included the Dakota Oyate, Dakota Language Bowl and the subsequent information. And so we're working on putting all that together. And in DOC, it's been a couple years since we've actually got together with students. And so it's huge. And the leadership on DOC was very happy to bring us back in as a language, another activity for our students. And so you can see the different worksheets and things that we put out there. And then my last action item for the education department, I'm looking at this mental health professional demonstration grant. You can see it's 1.2 million. I don't know for sure, but that big sigh of, I don't know for sure, but I need to have council approve it so I can go ahead and, if we go ahead and decide in the next couple days that we're gonna put it in, that it's a go. There's no cost share on it. And what it really does, the whole focus is it's a grow your own program for mental health providers. So it's taking your in-school people, and if you have somebody that wants to be a mental health provider, training them, helping them to go to college, certifying them. That's why I keep holding it, and not that I want another thing to do, but this is really a rockin' thing that our community needs. So please approve that.
Any council questions on the SWO grant? Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Were you able to meet with Jody Williams or anything about this? Because I know she's in charge of the behavioral health, and so usually any kind of grants regarding behavioral health would probably, I don't want to say you fall under her, but you'll have to end up working with her because of the, there's a behavioral health plan that's under the tribal secretary. So I was wondering if did you meet with her or anything on it?
No, I didn't, because it was a school-based program.
Oh, okay.
But I will.
Okay.
Yeah.
We got a motion by Enemy Swim to approve the grant for Education Department Mental Health Services Professional Demonstration Grant. Second by Buffalo Lake. Question by Big Cooley.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Thank you, Council. On my other items here, the education training and update, at some point in time, I really do need to schedule in for a council roundtable and really go through what all education is dealing with. We have far-reaching and a lot of things going on in our program. So I will be scheduling in for a roundtable for update and training for the tribal council. And then who are my TZ board and my Enemy Swim board appointments?
We haven't done that yet.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Enemy Swim.
Just had a quick question for you, Dr. Johnson, before I forget. With the state appointing the new Mitchell superintendent as the education, what's your opinion regarding that? I'm not sure if you caught wind of that one yet.
I caught wind and I don't want to have a public opinion on the air.
Okay, just I was just double checking. Thank you.
Sorry.
We'll include that in the roundtable.
And then I want you to know that every year we do a tribal consultation, and this is where all of our schools, all of the public schools come here and will report out to you. And that date is already set. It's a date that is reoccurring every year, and it's May 8th. So if you have a calendar, then go ahead and just enter that in for May 8th. And I'll just keep reminding people so it happens. The other training and I'm kind of bopping into the Head Start, is that we need to have some of the board have the Head Start training too. And especially our secretary, he will have to be there. right, Secretary? Be at the Head Start trainings and stuff, because that's a mandate. So we'll set that up. So I'll visit with you on a later date with it. Okay. And so in the packet is my Head Start packet, and you'll see the director and staff reports are all there, the data reports, the enrollment and attendance, the food reimbursements, those are all lagging behind because of, they just happen a month late. The month has to close, and he has to get the figures from the daycare and things. So you'll see those reports in there, the health reports, the financial reports, and one of the things that when you look, and then in the policy council minutes are all in there. And so I'm going to ask for a motion to approve all those, but I do want you to know that our finances don't really look like this. They don't look anything like this. I don't know. Between our systems and our different, because Head Start actually starts, December 1 is their budget year. And so every fall and a little bit into the winter, our budgets all look like this. So there's some give and take here, and our carryover hasn't been pulled in. And so we need to look at and work on this whole budget. But here it is for whatever it's worth.
Any questions on Head Start before we approve? Go ahead, Vice Chair.
We'll work on it this week.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that. So we have some real budgets looking at.
If there's no more questions, can we get a motion to approve Head Start report 1 through 7 on the?
You want to approve them all together, right?
Yes, that would be appropriate. As long as there's no questions of anything else. You know, I wish my health reports looked a little bit better and my attendance reports looks a little bit better, but you know, and all, we're dealing with influenza, strep, COVID, just regular colds, and so that's tough. And then our health reports are really trying to get our parents to take kids in for physicals and things like that. So those are things we're working on. Recruitment is another area that we're working on. We're going to probably end up converting some of our Head Start slots into early Head Start slots because we're going to be under that restriction. We still have not received our monitoring report, which the last one took 5 months to get. So I don't know when next one's going to be out, but this is a full monitoring report that I'm waiting for. And then after that, we'll go into the whatever we need to correct phase on there. But we did as best as we could. All our staff are in college educations or else in CDAs, and they are working. 3 of them have mandates within 90 days. I need to see some action. So really pushing hard to get all of our staff certified and qualified for the positions that they're holding. So thank you, Council.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman, to approve Head Start 1 through 7.
Got a motion by Tribal Secretary, second by Buffalo Lake. Question by Bikuli.
Tribal Secretary,
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
Ailey Amos. Yes. Kenneth Johnson.
Yes.
Jody White.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Chairman Moore.
Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work, Dr. Johnson.
Thank you. Anything else, Council? Okay. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Next up, we have Office of, we approved it, right? Did we? Yeah. Okay. We had motion to approve Education Office's report. Motion by, is that you, Dallas, Enemy Swim? Second by Buffalo Lake. Question by Bikuli.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
Ailey Amos. Yes. Kenneth Johnson.
Johnson? Joan White? Brandon Gypsy.
Yes.
Janelle Cook?
Yes.
Brandon Adams?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Yes. Tribal Secretary?
Yes.
Chairman, motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on, we have Office of Child Support Enforcement. Welcome and good morning.
I just brought in a quote for 11 monitors and 2 PCs. We had previously gotten quotes and went through our part of the process on ordering, and somewhere along the line, the ball got dropped. And so we had to get new quotes, and they put it all into one order, which is fine. But now it requires a council motion because it's over $5,000. And I actually need these as soon as possible. We have one vacant position that I have been holding off on filling because we don't have a computer for them. One of our computers got fried, and so another person had to take it. And then another computer is so old, it's really slow. So I'm requesting approval. This is the lowest bid that we received, the $5,213. So I'm requesting approval to make this purchase. Of course, the funding source is our grant. And
Okay, thank you. Can we get a motion to approve Child Support Enforcement quote here for $5,213, and their funding source is their grant?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
We got a motion by Tribal Secretary. Second by Bekuli. Question by Enemy Swim.
Tribal Secretary?
Yes.
Brandon Gypsy.
Yes.
Janelle Cook?
Yes.
Brandon Adams?
Yes.
Dallas Owen? Yes. Avery Amos? Yes. Kenneth Johnson?
Yes.
Joan White?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Yes. Mr. Chairman?
thank
Thank
you
you.
very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Early Childhood Intervention Program. Welcome.
Apparently I didn't make enough copies, so I don't have one. Oh, I must have left some.
The IT looked at our computers and said we're operating on some dinosaurs, so we need to update our computer systems. And we've got 7 staff, plus I'm looking at adding 2 additional staff people. So the order is for 9 workstations. And IT recommends these ones because if we need to work from home, they're also laptops that connect to their monitors, so, and then everybody will be set up to work from home at the same time. So the quote that we would like to go with is from Connecting Point, and that amount is $16,008.
Any questions on Early Childhood Intervention Program's quote for computers? If not, can I get a motion to approve? What's your funding source? Your grant?
With our grant,
Okay.
BIE.
Yep.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Got a motion by Haipa. Second by Enemy Swim. Question by Bakuli. To purchase computers in the amount of $16,808 from Connecting Point.
Brandon Gypsy.
Yes.
Brandon Adams?
Yes.
Dallas Owen?
Yes.
Avery Amos? Yes. Kenneth Johnson?
Yes.
Joan White?
Yes.
Janelle Cook?
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman? Yes. Tribal Secretary?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on, we'll go with Fish and Wildlife since they're here. Good morning and welcome. her on tomorrow's agenda we're going to go through.
We're going through it in one.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So I have a couple of purchase requests to help us fulfill our duties with this quite amount of snow we've been getting. We don't have the quotes yet, so it is in the process. As you can see, both of them are here, the request for quotes. Procurement office is in receipt of these. They are working on getting the quotes. The first one would be for 2 snowmobiles. And we're just looking at getting 2 base snowmobiles. No, we don't need no fancy bells and whistles. We're just needing something to get us around. So with that, we would like to make a request for a motion for approval for the purchase of these 2 snowmobiles not to exceed $32,000.
Got a question from Dallas?
Nope, she answered this. I'll make that motion.
Okay, we got a motion to purchase a couple snowmobiles for Fish and Wildlife. We got a question over here from Vice Chair.
Which budget?
That would be keep Siegel for now till we,
So we
JD.
need a motion to approve 2 snowmobiles, right? 2?
yes.
Not to exceed 32,000 from the Keep Siegel funding source. Who's the motion? We had a motion from Enemy Swim, second by Bakuli. Question by whole agency.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
And the next item would be V-Plow for our 2021 Chevy 2500 truck. So we put that request out with procurement as well. So they are working on it. It sounds like they have one available, so we'd like to get a couple more quotes. And that one we would like not to exceed $12,000 for a V-Plow.
Okay, can we get a motion to approve a V-Plow for Fish and Wildlife, not to exceed $12,000? Which budget are you using? Same, Keep Siegel budget. Motion from all agency? Second, Bakuli. Question, Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Thank you. Those are the only 2 items I had today.
Thank you.
Is Karina coming in?
I
Oh, no.
saw her on the agenda, yeah.
She's on her way? Okay. I saw her on the agenda, so I just wanted to make sure.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Motion to approve Fish and Wildlife, Mr. Chairman.
Got a motion to approve Fish and Wildlife. Motion by Tribal Secretary, second by Bakuli. Question by all agency.
Yes.
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 Thank you. Moving on, we have Buffalo Management Program.
Okay, I just have a request to pay Titan Machinery for equipment repair. This is a very important piece of equipment. It's our loader that we use to feed during winter as well as assist tribal roads in snow removal. The hydraulic pump's out, that needs to be replaced. Without this, it causes it to overheat, which could cause a motor blowout. So we don't want that, we need to replace this.
Any questions from tribal council?
Buffalo Farm Management. 90902.
We got a motion to approve from Buffalo Lake, second by Enemy Swim. Question by Bakuli. To approve the quote, $6,500, 98.43.
Kenneth Johnson. Joan White. Brandon Yusiwana.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
Avery Young. Yes. Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What else we got?
Motion to approve Buffalo Management Program report.
Had a motion to approve Buffalo Management report by Enemy Swim.
Second.
Said that. Oh, second by Haipa.
Question.
Question by Long Hollow.
Dallas Owen.
Yes.
Avery Young. Yes. Kenneth Johnson. Joan White.
Yes.
Brandon Yusiwana.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Brandon Adams.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Thank you. Looks like we got THPO and archives here, so you're up next. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning.
Morning.
First of all, I just want to say Diane DeRosier with the THPO is, she's homesick today, so we won't be sharing the THPO report. We're going to be sharing an update and status on the tribal archives and collections. A couple of things that will be coming your way with the Tribal Historic Preservation Office and the archives related to NAGPRA, Native American Graves Repatriation Act, and the issue with Carlisle. As some of you may know, we've been working extensively for years to bring home the two boys that are buried in the Carlisle Cemetery, Amos LaFramboise and Edward Upright. We've been working with the Spirit Lake Sioux Tribe for their repatriation with Edward once we found the genealogy that connected Edward to his father, Wa'anata. So as you can imagine, it's a huge undertaking. The problems with the Army and their lack of recognizing NAGPRA have been brought before this body in the past year. We have been working with Native American, NARF. That is the premier entity in legal counsel for Native American tribes. And they've reviewed our case and the issues with the Department of Defense and the lack of following NAGPRA. And they've agreed to take our case if we wish to pursue litigation. And the last time I spoke to this body, we motioned to pursue that. They have sent now, in the past few weeks, a document that I'll be sending out to all of you for your review, and that is the agreement to engage their services pro bono. What I would recommend would be that we have a joint session with Spirit Lake Sioux Tribe in addressing that, because they would be a party to the suit because of Edward Upright. So that's where we are on that. Part of the issues that we're experiencing with the Department of Defense is related to the lack of consultation. And after 6 years of researching and working on this with the Department of Defense, Carlisle, and other Sioux tribes along with Rosebud, once we signed the affidavits, we identified tribal elders for both children that signed the affidavits last year. They ceased communication with my office, with myself. They called me regularly, and the minute that was signed, they ceased to communicate, and they do not communicate with the chairman's office either. They're proceeding as if it is a repatriation under the Army policy. Under military policy, just when you would be receiving home a serviceman, that person that is the next of kin, and then it's just one-on-one and like a family. It is total disregard to the large family that is represented by the LeBron Boys family as well as Wa'anata. Many descendants, and we're talking about a child, age 13 from 1879. Our children are not servicemen. I don't know how they can bend their laws to do some of this. So I will be presenting that issue again to all of council and forwarding on that document for your review with the Native American Rights Fund. And do remember that that is pro bono. They would be more than willing to come and meet with you all face to face and present the issues in detail. I would recommend again that that be with both councils. The secondary thing that we are wanting to share with you, this is a report we compiled, and those of you returning council are probably aware of this. This report, thank you. This is the Tribal Historic Preservation Office, their monthly report. The previous document that I brought to council last month was just related to the tribal archives and collection. With this report, I will be I can answer any questions related to this too. This is just an update of the type of projects that the THPO works on. The THPO is, of course, under not just the tribal code, but also the National Historic Preservation Act and under Section 106. And this is really an important point because what the THPO office did was they, many years back under Itancha Mike Salvage, we were allowed to develop a fee schedule and go out and earn money to be able to expand our services and expand our program. And we had some great people working with us at the time. They did a great job. This program that the THPO office does that brings in revenue had been fully vetted through National Park Service, all the way to Tribal Central Finance, various legal counsel. If there's ever anything somebody thought that we should modify or how we should work, I'm very proud of our THPO office. We're actually the premier example of compliance. It's what we do. It's about compliance. And so how we run this program that generates revenue is through field work. We're contracting for field work with big wind farms, transmission lines, all of those sort of energy projects. What we do is a combination of facilitating the work that needs to be done in order to fulfill Section 106, which is the protection of burial sites, archaeological sites, and all of that, with our team and working cohesively with the project coordinators for archaeology as well as state archaeologists and all of those that go along with it. It's a very complicated process, but it is what pays for the THPO office, and bear in mind, they fund themselves. With the exception of, I think it's 70,000 in National Park Service funds, as well as a small amount that is really just for the cost of ARC survey when there are tribal lands involved for homeowners. So the tribal archives collections, and that's why we're here. The two assistants that I have now under the National Endowment Grant that we received, Shay DeRosier and Angeline Wana, are the archivist assistants. And we are coordinating with Brian Akipa as an artist to help to evaluate is, I think, the best word for our art. The tribe has over, I think we estimated 859 pieces of art, various media. You saw some of the art at the inauguration. We brought one of the most well-known, White Buffalo Calf Woman by Paul Warcloud. We also have a photo collection, extensive photo collection, digital photos that were created with Blue Cloud Abbey many years back, thousands of them. We have a huge archives and collections. The material objects that we have that are museum quality, some of them are coming in donation. What we don't have is the space to properly store those things. And as the curator of those collections, it's my duty to ensure that we do the best that we can. Our goal is really to store them properly, to protect them. And of course, the value, there's so much that goes along with it in the sharing of our story. It speaks to things like education, tourism, all of I could go on and on. And so under the National Endowment Grant, what I'm finding the biggest detriment to our progress is that the archives does not have a standing program. For example, even coming here to talk to you, I am not a manager. I work under the THPO office. So me and my team under the National Endowment Grant, we are in sort of a place where we don't have a means of communicating with you all other than through the THPO office. The need for a tribal investment into their history, their culture, some of the need for a program. And we will be asking for a possible roundtable. We've talked about things like utilizing the THPO's monies that are taken in indirect to be able to keep them within cultural preservation and make that the archive collection program and allow us to have a real budget and a real program. I'm looking at following under Archives, Tribals, Libraries, and Museums, and they are a coalition, an entity that is funded by National Endowment, the Institute of Library and Museum Services, the real founders nationally. And they work with tribal museums. I had received a fellowship in their program on how to build a cultural center. It's called Culture Builds Community. And as I follow that, the one thing, the questions, like in the first 20 questions, when we started to go through this, the first 20 questions are, do you have, what is your museum, your cultural center program look like? Well, we don't have one. We have a THPO office. And there are some reasons why I think as we proceed, we have to build on a sound base. And until we have a program for the tribe's archives collections and even a tribal investment into the care and protection of those collections, to be able to build that cultural center in the future, I think we need to start at that bottom, at that level to make that solid. That is really it. If there are any questions on those things.
had a question from Haipa and then Susie after that.
Thank you. So I have a question. Mr. Chairman, what would it take for us to create that department that she said would be beneficial? Do we need roundtables, or is that an executive thing? You guys can create a department to work out with, yeah.
Yeah, I guess a good starting point is to sit down with all of you guys and have a more in-depth discussion on what kind of direction you guys want to go, what your vision is, and then we see how we can align some of our resources, and we'll include the vice chair in that discussion as well. So I think that'll be a good starting point.
Good.
Just get in touch, I guess, with my office, and we can put that on the tribal council calendar in the tribal suite as far as the roundtable goes.
Do you have a sample budget already?
We do, we do. We've had opportunity to work with the vice chairman. It'll be an honor to work with you in looking at what the possibilities are. Bear in mind that it is my goal to bring in funding to do these things. So I just want to start with that base and how we move forward in that. But we do have, we'll bring some of those numbers and things too, so we can have a real discussion on that.
Thank you. Susie?
Thank you.
I did sit in on one of your meetings, and you did go over, the process of gathering all this information from our people that were sent out to boarding schools way back. And I know it's a difficult task to trace, those ones that were sent away to boarding schools. And I think we need to prioritize and build a place where we can go back in our history, our ancestors. And I know it's really important because we go to great lengths to bring our people home when they pass away, those ones that live off the reservation. When they choose to come back, we do pay for that. And the ones that choose to just be buried to where they pass away. But I'd like to see and make sure that we do not forget about the remains that we don't have them in our possession. So I know your department plays a big part of our history, and as our chairman was addressing his speech, he mentioned his great-great-grandfather and his lineage. And I think we need to make sure that we have a museum to put all of our artifacts, and we need to support you on bringing the remains back to the reservation. And thank you for doing that work, and I really appreciate your department. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman? I thank you for your words on that. Particularly in repatriation and NAGPRA, it's always been an honor to work with the Buffalo Heart Women, the Pate Chantewi, the Kit Fox, and they all have really specific roles, our firekeeper, all of those things. We are, and it's really hard, I think, when you grow up within this to realize, as I began to work with other tribes, that we here at Sisseton Wahpeton are living with the hard work and legacy that was created by many people that are no longer here, that have developed these things for us. We're not trying to recreate the wheel or even revitalize something. It's been here and it's been thriving with us. So that part, I think, is really, really important. Of course, there is, and you'll probably hear about some of these things. Feel free to contact me or direct me in how the tribe wants to proceed on the things like the boarding school, that legislation and those initiatives that are going on across the United States. Under this administration with Deb Holland, they've been doing some fantastic things. And so feel free to reach out to us with any questions or any direction on how you want to proceed with that.
Thank you. Before I call for a vote for approval of the Tribal Historic Preservation Office, I just want to thank all of you guys for all that you did in helping with inauguration and having some of our most important pieces out there on display so that everybody in attendance can see that. So thank you for your hard work. With that, I just want to call for the vote for Tribal Historic Preservation Office monthly report.
I'll make the,
Motion, Bikuli, second by Enemy Swim. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If I could ask for a moment of liberty to speak to you as your District 1 representative in the legislature. We are beginning legislative session shortly. Inauguration is on Saturday. That'll be my swearing in. This is my third term in the House. This year, we actually have 3 Sisseton-Wahpeton tribal members in the House. That is Joe Donnell and Tyler Tortson, my son, who spoke last night with the inauguration. So the 3 of us in the House, and you know, this is it's a whole new world where we are engaging and stepping up and at tables where we've never been. It's amazing to me. You know, I think the whole goal for me is not just educating so many people out there that are making decisions on our behalf that have impacts to our tribes, and they have no idea who we are. And that's really huge. It impacts all of our programs where we work together. On January 12th, I am the chair of the Tribal Relations Committee. That is the legislative body's committee on tribal relations. And as chair, I am inviting our tribal leaders to come and attend our first meeting. That is January 12th at 3 o'clock. That is right after the State of the Tribes address. That address will be given by Chairman Peter Lenkik. One of the things that are on that agenda is the Code Talker Monument project. And that's been a years-long work and project with our code talkers, our Sioux code talkers. Here we have Guy Rondell. And, you know, it's our goal to ensure that our Native American veterans who utilized our language are going to be there forever. Their story will be in stone there at the Capitol. So that's a part of it. And of course, I invite you all to contact me when you have questions. I try to continue some of the hardest things, the things that you hear the most about are related to education. We have an incredible education director that, you know, I don't know that we as a tribe always appreciate how everything that she does and what she does for all tribes in the state of South Dakota as an education director. Those are things, and then of course things related to voting rights and things of those sort of things too. So if you guys have any questions as a body, feel free to reach out and yeah, let me know. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Dallas.
Were we still meeting at the Sioux on the 12th, or was that just up in date? Because I think it'd be important to attend.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to move that meeting at the Sioux.
And then I would like to go, as you know, 2 of them are definitely Enemy Swim members, and I'd like to show appreciation for them.
We'll have a little bit more discussion on that and who else wants to go to the Capitol that day. So, with that being said, we have enrollment in District Chairman's Association. We'll put that off and we'll take a lunch break as all of us have some administrative things to tend to this first day of starting here today. So with that being said, we'll go on lunch break for about 1:30 and then we'll reconvene and finish off the 2 other things on our agenda. So thank you guys. Bear with us. Okay, we're going to get started again here. Before DCA and tribal enrollment come, Lexi has a few things that we need to attend to right away. So go ahead, Vice Chair.
So I just talked to Finance, and Finance had requested that we make motions to remove the past 3 executives off of the bank cards for Dakota Bank and the credit union. And then I'll make a request another motion for putting the 3 new executives on to those bank cards. Do I make a motion? Can I get a motion, please?
I'll make that motion to remove the 3 previous executives from the bank cards,
Yep.
For Dakota Bank and credit
from
union.
Dakota Bank
And credit union?
and credit union.
Okay. Got a motion
Anywhere
from
else.
HIPAA.
Second.
Second from Buffalo Lake. Question from Bakuli.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, David Yahiman. Yes. Kenneth Johnson.
Yes.
Joan White.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you. Second motion is to allow the new executives to sign updated bank cards, so signature cards. I got a motion from Buffalo Lake,
Second.
second from HIPAA. Question from Olday.
Kenneth Johnson. Joan White. Brandon Gypsy-Wana,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Dallas Owen, David Yahiman. Yes. Tribal Vice Chairwoman.
Yes.
Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you.
I would also like to have another motion to approve fiscal 2023 COLAs for tribal employees at 2.7%.
Can we get a motion?
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
Got a motion by HIPAA,
Second.
second by Old Agency,
Question.
question by Long Hollow. These are for COLAs for 2.7% for all the tribal employees.
Brandon Gypsy-Wana,
Yes.
Janelle Cook,
Yes.
Brandon Adams,
Yes.
Dallas Owen. Yes. David Yahiman. Yes. Kenneth Johnson.
Yes.
Joan White.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Thank you. Does anybody know if DCA is out there? Or?
They're having their pre-meeting.
Okay. I wonder if enrollment's ready.
Oh, I didn't take pictures.
Go ahead, Buffalo Lake.
We did a picking of the boards and committees. EPAC is Janelle Cook. Fish and Wildlife is Brandon. Police Commission is myself. EPAC is Janelle. Fish and Wildlife is Brandon. Police Commission is myself. RPC is Brandon. Human Service Board is Gypsy. Tarot Committee is Susie. The Powwow Committee is myself. Enemy Swim Day School is Dallas. Assistant Wapton College is Joan. TZ is Joan. Elderly is Susie. THPO is Brandon. Constitution Revision is Dallas. Judicial is Dallas. Housing is myself. DNG is Council. EDA is Council. Tax is Gypsy. And UTEC is Joan. I'll make that motion to accept the boards and committees.
Accept them all.
Ex
Any
officio.
discussion or questions on that before we?
Second, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. We got a motion from Buffalo Lake. second by Enemy Swim, and question by Bikuli to approve all the council members to boards, committees. Go ahead, Enemy Swim.
I'd like to make a motion to reactivate the College Board of Trustees so that each district may elect its member.
Got one on board.
Oh, I got too excited.
Yeah.
Yes.
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 Thank you. Can we discuss that after?
I mean, whatever.
Okay, we'll wait till after we get through the agenda. Right now we have DCA. Welcome. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. I'm Merlin J. Renville. I'm sitting in as the DCA chairman at this point in time. So throughout the month of December, we had a number of meetings. We do not have a Buffalo Lake member here to read.
I'll read them.
Okay, thank you, Dickie.
Okay, Buffalo Lake had their regular district meeting December 19th. We only had one motion for council. It was motion number 2 to accept adult membership as listed. That's all Buffalo Lake had. And I'll make the motion to accept Buffalo Lake minutes.
Got a motion from Buffalo Lake.
Second.
Second from Tribal Secretary.
Question?
Question from Long Hollow to approve adult membership.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next on the list would be where am I at here? Oh, Lake Traverse. We do not have a representative of Lake Traverse here. Yep. Joe?
Okay, it looks like there was only one motion to accept youth to adult membership. Macy Cole, Preston Hisgun, and Holly Jo O'Reilly.
Okay, can we get a motion to approve membership for Lake Traverse members?
Yes, that's the motion.
We had a motion by Lake Traverse, question, or second by Tribal Secretary, and question by Enemy Swim.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Okay, we move on to Veblen District, which had an executive meeting on December 31st. There's only one motion to accept youth to adult membership, and that'd be it for Veblen District meeting.
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman, to.
Thank you. We had a motion by Haipa,
Second.
second by Long Hollow. Question by Buffalo Lake to approve membership.
Yes.
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 Kenneth Johnson,
Yes.
Joan White. Yes. Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the list is Enemy Swim District. They had their meeting.
Good afternoon. Enemy Swim District met on December 3rd. We had two motions. Motion 1 was made to accept motion 2 was made to accept the new membership as listed. And motion number 3 was made to lower the ARPA premium to $5 across the board from the ARPA monies. And that was the last, only two motions.
Okay, first, can we get a motion to approve membership for,
Motion to acknowledge the receipt of the minutes.
oh. Motion by Enemy Swim, question by Bikuli. Was it second by Buffalo Lake, question by Bikuli.
Yes.
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 Change everybody around here? I think so.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Old Agency came in late with their district meeting minutes, but he's here now, so.
Oh, we tančazo vas prenamjero. THPO didn't have a district meeting in December because of two families that had deaths in the family, and so on a district exec meeting on December 28th, motion number 1 was to accept 5 listed into adultship. That's all we have. Thank you.
Motion to approve Old Agency District minutes. Got a motion by Old Agency, second by Tribal Secretary, question by Buffalo Lake.
Brandon Adams. Yes. Dallas Owen. Yes. David Yaima. Yes. Kenneth Johnson. Yes. Joan White. Yes. Brandon Gypsy.
Yes.
Janelle Cook.
Yes.
Tribal Vice Chairwoman. Yes. Tribal Secretary.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, motion passed.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. DCA had one of their meetings. We have a couple of motions that were made in the DCA. Motion number 1-05, motion made by Karen White that the tribe bring the NARF to investigate several complaints on various arrests around the area. So that was 1 and 1-06. I believe that was it. That was all of them. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, that was the one motion that we had for action item within the DCA was to get an investigation on the various arrests that are happening around the tribe. Pertaining to our tribal members and such, as to their treatment and jurisdictional stuff.
Okay, we had a question from HIPAA and then Tribal Secretary after that.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I think we need to have a roundtable or discussion to update you on a lot of things that have happened. I don't know where we are with that MOU with Roberts County, but that's always been an issue. And that's one of the things I've talked with you about before, addressing those issues with the county, the sheriff, and the county commissioners. They have been here and stuff, but it seems like nothing has changed yet. And of importance is getting that MOU in place. The current one that was waiting to be signed that we looked at, it didn't have the protections in place that I feel would have been necessary. Had there been that MOU, the issues that we had this past month may not have been as bad, or may not have happened at all, or something like that. So that's where I stand with that.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I did get an update on that from Mark Van Norman. He did do the letter. There was a few typos in there, so we did schedule a meeting with him, I think next week. So he will be here in person, so we can discuss a lot of that further. I know there was discussion before the other council back, I think it was a couple weeks ago. Oh, on the 30th, when we were in session, that we make sure that this is a priority. So we did. So we'll meet with him, and then we'll go from there as to what our next step is as a tribe on what we want to do. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? Go ahead, Karen.
Okay, one of the issues I brought up with one of our district members, I think some of you did see the video and got the complaint on it. And that's the reason why I made this motion at DCA, is because I think a lot of the arrests from our tribal members are being mistreated, and it needs to be investigated. And the MOU that Gypsy's talking about, I brought this up before, was that they changed the rate per inmate to $90 plus a $35 administrative fee, I believe. Shanda, remember?
Sorry.
Yeah, but anyway, at DCA, Francis was saying that the BIA only pays $72, so that $18 is going to have to be picked up by somebody's budget. So that needs to be taken a look at too.
Okay, thank you. I think going forward, DCA just kind of be a little bit understanding and bear with us as some of the new people get caught up on the issues. And if you guys like to schedule a roundtable, we can definitely do that and put our minds together. And if we need to make revisions to that agreement, let's come together and do that for our people. Thank you. Go ahead, Karen.
Okay, if you notice in our DCA minutes, one of the discussion was the premium pay out of ARPA for our casino employees. And I don't know if that's allowed with the guidelines to pay our casino employees, but I would like council to take a look at if there's some way that they can route it through Taro again, like they did with that $3 for our tribal members. And then whatever the casino's paying all the workers, I think it's like $3, $2, or $1.50 for their premium pay out of the gaming budget up there. They can utilize that monies to pay the non-tribal members. And if they can route that money some way through Taro, the ARPA funds, to get our casino workers some type of premium pay.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we are looking into that also. I feel that it should be fair across the board. So we'll get with, actually the council can meet in advisory, and then we can discuss that further on what we want to do. So thank you for bringing that up again.
Thank you, Curtis. I'll go ahead, Dallas.
So as I shared at my district meeting, and this was my concern with other members of council, is when we did do that premium raise increase, that it was going to create a significant divide with our working casino workers. And I know it's hard to, I've been talking with our legal, and Steve Gunn doesn't know how to give them a grant because the casinos did so well during the pandemic that you can't count it for income loss because there was no income loss. We actually had lots of profit. We're not going into too far details on air, but so it is something I want to look at and maybe too. I mean, I know just talking with the new chairman is that, there's covenances that need to be met. And so if we try to go through an increase on gaming, we're definitely not going to meet that covenants. But I think we will keep them in mind as we move forward. I know that I would like to keep going forward because for our casino workers to match the $3 an hour, the frontline workers, it'll take them 4.5 years just to break that $25,000 mark that most employees got here in the last 6 months. So I understand their plight and I have it under consideration myself. Thank you.
Thank you, Dallas. Karen?
Okay, going back to what Dallas saying about their money that they're making, is that I wish the council would take a look at that compendium that they passed. And I just looked at it yesterday. I had it, and if you look at it, $9 is a starting wage for some of those positions. So that's not even, tribal workers, they get that $13 extra for premium. And I think we brought this up a couple Marches ago when we met with council up to Magic with the corporate. But I think that needs to be taken a look at to be fair. If they're making all this money, then some of that money should go to the employees.
Thank you, Karen.
Okay, yes, there was a number of other topics to be discussed. One is getting the gaming board put back into place. Now, that's been a topic of discussion over the past couple of years. It's been a motion that's passed a while back. There's been no forward movement on that at this point in time. So we've been asking about it, and we would like to just bring that up. And like I said, I mean, you've explained to yourself that a lot of you are new and you need to get caught up to speed on stuff. So these are some of the issues that that are still sitting with us that we would like to be brought forth and considered right away as some of the things.
Absolutely. Dallas?
I think it was a month or two ago during a meeting with DCA, I just brought in that work order and had the chairman and Dickey sign it. And so, Mr. Chairman, there is a standing work order with Greg Paulson. You'll just have to give him a call and just see where he's at on that. I know theoretically that wasn't on one of the priority lists on the outgoing council, but coming in just to see if he can see what he can do. Thank you.
Thank you, Dallas. Yeah, going forward, I think next week we have an orientation planned. I think it'd be a good time to, sit with all of DCA and get caught up to speed on some of these issues and kind of realign and focus on what we plan to work together on, going forward. So I'd like to extend my invite to you guys. I'll be in contact with Jay. Okay, I'll let you guys know which day we want to carve out for that and, have those conversations and get all the new council up to speed.
So you guys have a budget, right?
Excuse me? Yeah.
Wherever you guys want to feed us,
Cool. Just give me that credit card. All right, yes, like I said, there was a couple of other issues that were discussed in DCA that have been written down, and I would like to read off and bring to light of some of you. So the other thing was setting up a meeting with the CEO of the Indian Health Service and also with the Human Services Board so we can get caught up to speed on what's happening within our Indian Health Service. As you know, in the past, there's been a lot of shortcomings with our healthcare service, and a lot of people are very frustrated with it. So, like I said, that's just another thing that needs to be addressed, and like I said, you'll be brought up to speed on that, so hopefully we can get a meeting set up with that also.
Yeah, thank you for that. Again, that's one of the big issues that we heard when we're out campaigning, and it's something that we definitely need to work together on to improve the quality of care for our people. So that's going to be, one of the big issues, and we really have to hit the ground running for that to make any kind of change, because as you know, we have 2 years, and it's going to take every bit of that to accomplish that goal, whichever it is that we decide to go forth with. Big picture also, just to put on the radar out there is, it'd be nice, other states are doing it, is they're carving out the Native American population Medicaid. As you know, South Dakota passed Medicaid expansion. That's going to increase, IHS budgets significantly. What that amounts to is kind of undetermined yet, but as far as I know, there's 87,000 tribal members across the state. And if we carve out Medicaid and manage it ourselves and truly improve the quality of care for our people, that's going to be huge going forward. We can expand our IHSs and really do a lot of good in that area. But again, it's going to take all of us working together diligently because, like I said, it's going to take every bit of 2 years. So thank you. I look forward to working on that. We had a question from Bill LaRock. Could you use the mic over there by Jesse?
We need to pay more attention to the dialysis patients too. We're at our end stage of life. And I just got that up. They need to schedule appointments, walk-ins and regular appointments. But you should have walk-ins all day, not just from a certain time up. Some of our dialysis patients want to be seen for their medicines and they had to wait until the afternoon. So they could have walk-ins all day or on emergency, and dialysis patients should have priority. And other patients that have cancer and stuff like that. So you need to meet with that new director and go over these kinds of things because they're going to take care of our elders, take care of them. So that's very important what he's saying with the IHS. Thank you.
I kind of wanted to just mention, go along with Mr. LaRock there. I had gone to a conference before with different, and in attendance and on the panel that I had attended, there were different CEOs from IHSs that had gone 638, and they were there to talk about the successes that they've had. And I really feel that that's one of the ways we need to move forward is because we would have more say-so with the way we spend those dollars. Now, one of the biggest examples they gave as a success was before when they were still under Indian Health Service, appointments, we know that problem. We can't get in. It's 2 weeks, 3 months, a month out, whatever it might be. It's all, and then now everybody gets in. They have same-day appointments. They have walk-in. And I'm like, well, how the heck did you do that just going to 638? It's like, well, they were able to move their funds around a lot easier to different things, and they were able to hire more providers versus just the set amount that they're allowed underneath the IHS budget, whatever it is. And I was like, why didn't we know that and do that sooner then? And of course, that's going to take a lot of work and planning and stuff, but I feel that that would be a way we can go forward, provided we have the proper board to run it, not council, not anything to do with the tribe, that there's still the hospital running, the clinic running it the way it runs, but we'd have better way to allocating those funds. And
Thank
there are
you,
several
Gypsy.
of them, so yeah.
Thank you, Gypsy. Curtis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things we did, we sat down with a former doctor, and at the time it was Scott Davis. We did talk about dialysis. We can actually start to 638 that and get a better quality because the space that's at IHS, from what we were told, was it's just a rental space. We have oversight over that, so that would be a good place for us guys to start, is to get a RFP out there to see who can come in and come in and give us what we need, maybe more chairs, better system of getting you guys in there right away, and better care all the way around. And at that time, and I want to say it was a little over a year ago, but Sanford was willing to do that. So I think the fair thing we need to do is probably do an RFP and see what we can get and start there, because I think that would be that would tell us a lot if we do 638 that'll be a starting point for us guys to look at even further on what we want to do as far as IHS as a whole. So, thank you.
Thank you, Curtis. Gypsy?
I have one more question. Bill, is dialysis still just Monday, Wednesday, Friday? Because that would be, even if we're on the same one, that's the first thing to do is start doing Tuesdays and Thursdays too. And I don't know what that would take, but our expert on board would be Sarah Dakota to help us negotiate that. Okay, thank you.
One other solution that I mentioned as we were out talking to districts is, taking a look at all our high-risk tribal members and possibly using ARPA to buy them private health insurance so that they can access the quality of care that they deserve and need. So that's something that we should probably take a look at as well. So thank you guys for all the questions. Obviously, again, bear with us. We're going to get everybody up to speed and caught up, and we'll start to address those issues together. Go ahead, Bill.
If you go to 638, you should really think about the third-party collections program. Each year, they have anywhere from $3 to $7 million, $10 million. That's under the control of IHS. And we have not only dialysis, but other patients that need their bills paid and things like that. So you need to consider that and where you can help our tribal members. Also, consider providing health care for your elders to make a less burden on your IHS budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chairman, Chairwoman.
Tribal Secretary, can you please plan for a meeting with your programs with your health director, Elise Johnson, and Sarah Dakota, so we can just get this started with the meetings?
Yep, I'm on it.
Anything else from DCA?
One last thing was the election board. That's been put in place, or that has been voted on, and been waiting to be put into place now for a number of years. And I believe all the districts have come in with voted in a representative. So we would just like to get that transition taking place as soon as possible.
Dallas?
So we recently chose new committees. I'll be on the Judicial Committee, the Ordinance Work Group, and we'll go ahead and get working on that right away. There's still a standing motion that was supposed to be done last January, and so that'd probably be my first priority. I was going to actually bring that up, but since we're talking about it, I do believe that some districts have already chosen the representative so that every district has a member on that board. I know Enemy Swim has already picked one. And so I will do my best to push that one forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dallas. Gypsy?
So are you wanting official recognition that the new members are the election board? What? Because you're talking about the election code, right? You're talking about election code, and then you want to make sure the new members of the board are seated and recognized.
Yes.
Right?
Election board, yeah.
Okay, well, I want to make that motion that election board is recognized, and if there's any upcoming elections, that the new members are recognized and will handle any elections coming up during this next 2 years. And the last time I made a motion, when we said we didn't need it, we ended up needing it, so that's why I'm making the motion.
Okay, Dallas?
So just to clarify your motion, Gypsy, you want to recognize the district's elected officials that they've chosen for the board.
For the election board, yes, for the SWO election board.
Pending the revision of the election code, correct? That would help a lot, if you want to add that to your motion.
Well, who's going to be working on that? That's the question. Is it going to be?
The ordinance work group will sit down, get going on there, and then we'll use our in-house attorneys. And then if this is going to be a priority, which I view it is, my goal is to have it done in 2 months.
Yeah, but is the election board going to be helping with that?
No, to my understanding, it'd be whoever the district selected.
Okay.
So pending the revision of the election code would be a big help.
Okay.
Jesse?
I agree with Dallas that the code has to go first, be developed. The motion's already there, the resolution's already been in place for 2 years. Right, Dickie? So we got to follow the process. And all of us are having elections in a few months. And on those elections, we'll also fill in all these new boards. So
Gypsy, is that,
Okay.
are you adding that on?
Yep.
Second.
We got a motion by HIPAA, second by Enemy Swim, question by Buffalo Lake. Did you catch that whole motion?
Gypsy, just, so basically to recognize the new REB members from the 7 districts and to seat them pending revisions to the code, the election code chapter.
Correct.
Go ahead, Dallas.
I understand there are some members in the community that don't like the idea of this, that they feel that REB is directly listed in the Constitution. Well, within the Constitution, it is someone appointed by council or council themselves. And so by council seating these members by the districts, we are still in line with the Constitution. I just want to specify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, call for the vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. Thank you. Anything else, DCA?
I believe Crystal has a.
Go ahead, Crystal.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to say on behalf of Enemy Swim District, I wanted to congratulate each and every one of you and say welcome. As the chairperson of the Enemy Swim District, I just wanted to say, you know, as being a part of DCA these past 2 years, I just want council to know that it's been oftentimes frustrating because, you know, a lot of these issues that we're talking about, we were talking about back then. And I just like council to be aware that when discussions are held or motions are made, that there's some staff on hand that can help follow these through and push them and keep them at the top of the agenda. Because when we work with our people out in the districts, you know, we hear a lot too about a lot of the things that our people are frustrated with. And then number one is that the healthcare, the dialysis, I mean, that's been going on for years. It's, you know, it's not anything new. My son is recently on dialysis and he travels to Sioux Falls because every dialysis place around here is full. So Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, 8 o'clock in the morning, he's got to be in Sioux Falls. So I just want to say, you know, thanks to the tribe because they do help with gas. That way, IHS will help with the room. Like during the storm, he got caught in Sioux Falls. And, you know, so there are changes. Things are happening as far as like Enemy Swim District. On Friday, we're meeting with the public health nurses and Sarah Dakota's staff, and we're getting our own outreach clinic up at Enemy Swim. So, you know, that's, some things are happening, so that's going to be a good thing. I know that, you know, along with the frustrations of DCA as far as, you know, even talking about our healthcare, the CEO, we were just visiting outside and we don't know who our CEO at IHS is right now. I don't know if anybody else knows that, but you know, that's kind of important when we get asked these questions and about the healthcare, we don't know things like that. And I guess part of DCA is I'm glad, Mr. Chairman, that you're inviting DCA to be at the table. We were invited last time around, but we didn't really make it to a lot of those round tables for whatever reason. And so I just wanted to be reminded that, you know, that these issues that we're bringing up, do come from the people. And they're concerns that are brought to us, whether it be at the grocery store or, wherever we meet people, they tell us their concerns. And I know there's a process. They say, go back to your district, got to have 3 districts. So that's one of the district things we talked about at our last DCA meeting was bringing back to our districts the 638ing of the administration of IHS. In the gaming board, because our casino employees, they need advocates to help them. It doesn't appear that our CEO of our gaming is doing enough for our employees, because there's a lot of disgruntled employees. There's a lot of overworked employees who are working 60 to 80 hours a week. My daughter is one of them. She's getting burnt out. And as a supervisor, she don't get overtime. They work their butts off and they don't get overtime. They got what, a quarter? Yeah, they get 40 hours and that's it. They don't get acknowledged for if somebody calls in, if somebody doesn't show up, they have to work. And so I just wanted to remind our council out there that to be mindful and to keep all of the Oyate and their concerns in your thoughts, in your mind as you move forward and making all your new decisions. And I just want to say again, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. Haipa?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know who the CEO is at IHS. The last I knew, there were interviews, and they re-advertised it. But as tribal council, we are to have input on the selection of a new CEO. And from what I understand, the chairman receives the email from the Aberdeen area director for when the interviews take place or such. So I'm just asking, letting you know, and then that way if you do get it, if they haven't selected one already, that you forward that to the rest of council, or so we can all be aware of it.
Absolutely. Thank you. I just want to add, for everybody here and everybody tuned in on the YouTube station, that this administration is going to be about empowering people and working together. I see a lot of people back here that are attending. Lorraine, Bill, Etta Jo, Vine, they've always been here. They've always been around. And, we got to empower these people to take on some of these issues and help us. Like Crystal said, a lot of these issues come to us, and we need to empower and put in place and give them resources so that these things can be achieved and implemented, So I had a little conversation with Gypsy earlier about that. Everybody in here has probably an area of expertise and something that they're passionate about: healthcare, gaming, you name it. And I'd like to see all of you, help us and help our people in achieving that and working together. And that's why we themed our inauguration last night, honoring our ancestors. And like I've said, we all have common ancestors as Sisseton and Wahpetans. And for us to make change that the people want and the people deserve, we all have to work together. We all have to put our differences aside and come together and make the changes that our people want. So thank you. Jesse, and then I'll go to Bill.
On that note, I'd like to remind part of council that was here before and the new council that Old Latency District has been trying for over a year to acquire a resolution from the tribe to go ahead to the BIA with Section 17. And we even have the approval of the BIA director. And the last vote was we lost by 1 vote. So I'd like for us to be able to come and present at some time to you, to the new members, what Brandon and I and the exec committee have been working on along with our consultants. And I think it's an opportunity for us to go ahead along with everybody else to see that this is the way to go, Section 17. When they're even doing it in Pine Ridge, it's a great deal. And it's going to take the relief, the pressure of doing business off of the tribe too, because all the districts can jump into into this and safeguard not only our districts, but safeguard the operation of the tribe. So I hope we can Brandon can schedule us in at some time. He's been working, since he's been on, he's working really hard at this. And I know we're close and I know it's something new, but we looked at it under microscope and it's the way to go. It's the way we got to go with our own businesses. So, Padamiro.
Thank you, Jesse. Bill?
Let you know, I worked for IHS for almost 18 years as a physician's assistant. And then I worked as a director for Indian Health Service, all the urban Indian clinics throughout the whole United States. There was 45 of them that gave care for urban Indians. They were tribal members who had to go to the urban area for various reasons. What you need to think about is IHS has a grant program for Indian medical students. They have to sign this grant to go to college, medical college. Once they graduate, they are obligated to work with an urban Indian program, a tribal program, or Indian organization that provides health. With our interruption with our doctors here that are only here for 3 to 6 months, that's not really fair to our patients. So you need to talk to this new CEO and the director, Mr. Chairman. They do have to work with you, and if we do need medical doctors, once they graduate, you got to have facilities for them to stay, housing and things like that. So you need to think about that. But that's the way to get some medical doctors here on the reservation, is through those grant programs. So you really need to think about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Curtis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So Joe Amiot is the acting area director up there. And then they hired Carol Cummings. Her start date is on January 17th for our CEO of IHS. So just to update you guys.
Thank you. Anything else, DCA? Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for all your concerns and caring for our districts and all the work that you do. Appreciate it. Oh, we got Dallas.
So while we have DCA here, I'd like to make a motion to reinstate the College Board of Trustees so that the districts may choose their college representative in their upcoming election. So that'll be my motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we got a motion by Enemy Swim to reinstate the College Board, second by Buffalo Lake.
Question.
Question by Old Agency.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
And that is all we had from our DCA meeting, so.
Thank you, Jay. Oh, we got a question from Dicky.
Now I'll make a motion to accept DCA report.
Second.
Motion by Buffalo Lake.
Question.
Question. Who was the second? Second by Haipa and question by Long Hollow.
Yes.
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 Thank you. So up next, we have one last report to get through. So we got enrollment. So good afternoon, Zelma. Welcome.
I'll say congratulations and Happy New Year. Okay.
Thank you.
On your packet, we have 10 applications that were submitted, and these were all complete, but we have other numerous applications, but they need backup for theirs. So under Article 2, Section 1E, we have 2 applicants under Exhibit A, and these are Trip Duane Bart, Xander Dean Heck, William Raymond Hodge III, Shally Ann Kowalczyk, Phoenix Sterling Owen, Alicia Marie Shepherd. And under Exhibit B, we have 1 applicant, and it's Dahlia LaCouche Yankton. And under Exhibit C, we have 3 applicants, Elvira Renee Brown, Nupa Keon Everett Charles Hopkins Red Eagle, Nicholas Arthur Rodriguez Brown. And these are the ones that I'm presenting today.
Okay. Can we get a motion to approve Exhibit A?
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Got a motion by Haipa, second by Tribal Secretary.
Question.
Question by Buffalo Lake.
Yes.
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 Thank you. We need a motion for Exhibit B.
So moved.
Got a motion by Haipa, second by Buffalo Lake. Question by Bakuli.
Yes.
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 Thank you. Another motion for Exhibit C. Motion by Tribal Secretary. Second by Enemy Swim. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Yes.
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 Thank you. Lastly, we have Exhibit D. Need a motion.
That's no relinquishments.
Oh, there's nothing there? Okay. Motion to approve enrollment report.
Okay, I got the current enrollment. For December report, we've got 14,699. January enrollees are 10, and no relinquishments, and December deceased report is 19. So on reservations, 6,276. Off reservations, 8,414. Total 14,690, so we lost 9. And also, I've got my other report. Okay, you have the registered district voters. Biculi has 1,130. Buffalo Lake is 606. Enemy Swim is 1,833. Veblen, Hiipa, 1,563. Lake Traverse, 1,284. Long Hollow, 1,131. All Agency, 1,461. Total registered, 9,008. 10% 901. 20% is 1,802. 30% is 2,702. And I've got you your report for the deceased. We have 19. 11 are late ones, and 8 are for this year. So some of these, we found out the late reports is, currently the ones that were deceased when they went to probate, we found out, the unknowns on their deceased dates. So we really had to find out when they're those deceased dates for previous years. We're kind of getting them off our record. And that's all my report. And then the other thing I want to mention, I was listening to you guys, is you were talking about the election code, okay? And you got this big thing you have to look through, this manual. And in 2014, they did some revisions, and I'm kind of trying to find out if everything, if you know about it, if everything was put in place in the current election code. Okay, so I got all the records for all the ones that were worked on, those amendments. So I'm just letting you know that.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, and if you look at the resolution, it lists all this changes and the reason for it and all that,
the
so.
council minutes, everything.
Yep, yep.
Because I was on the election board, don't a years. And then there's a question on when do you put the approved person that's joining the district, put it on the voting roster. Really, it's simple. It says that under Part 4 qualifications of voters, 3-4-2 district registration, it all says it in here. And at the bottom is upon receipt of such district minutes approved by the tribal council, the tribal enrollment clerk shall immediately add to the voting rosters the names of the registered new voters. We don't put them on before. It's got to be through council minutes. That's it.
Thank you, Zelma.
Okay.
Can we get a motion to approve Zelma's report? Got a motion by Enemy Swim. Second by Tribal Secretary.
Question.
Question by Long Hollow.
Yes.
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 Alrighty, thank you.
Thank you, Zelma. Verlin's got a few things, a couple action items that he wants to get addressed, so bear with us.
Good afternoon, Tribal Council.
When we have a new administration step in, we have to assign new signatories. Well, it's going to be the execs for the BIA, USDA, and OST. So basically, I just need a motion to be in resolution form to authorize the 3 executive signatures for any documents with the Bureau of Indian Affairs.
Okay.
Second.
Motion by Enemy Swim, second by Haipa. Question by Bakuli.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Sorry, second one, tribal council be for Office of the Special Trustee, OST, same language, signature authority for the 3 current executives.
Can we get a motion to approve? Motion by Lake Travers,
Second.
second by Haipa.
Question?
Question by Long Hollow.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
Okay, and then last one for this approval would be for the USDA, United States Department of Agriculture. We have Lauren that works with Jerry in Realty, and the NRCS kind of liaison, so we'll need that resolution for that signature authority as well.
Okay, can we get a motion to approve that? We get a motion by Enemy Swim. Second by Bakuli. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Yes.
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 Thank you.
One last thing, and I don't know if council wants to address this today. I did visit with the vice chair about this, but if you want the current execs to apply for a credit card with Dakota Bank, then we'll need a motion for that.
And from my understanding, the policies were already approved for the credit card. So, just to let you know. Just to let you know.
Okay, I'm good. That would have been my first question. Do we have a policy for that?
Yes. Well, the program will be the credit card will be either under one or all 3 of the execs, and then if a program needs it, then the vice chairman's office is supposed to supply a report to council every month about what credit card is used for.
And that's what I was just going to say. When we approved it, that's what our understanding was, is that a monthly report form would be coming to tribal council. So on the expenditures.
Okay. I will go ahead and have that report for you all for next month, for not only for January, but also for December, since I wasn't able to present anything yet, so.
Okay, we got a motion to approve that from Enemy Swim. Got a question first from Curtis.
So are you approving it for all 3 execs or just the vice chair?
That's up to you guys. How do you guys want to do it?
Go ahead, Enemy Swim.
I think when it was being discussed, it was just going to stick with the vice chair's office. So I'm okay with that. Alexi, if you're okay with that.
Yes.
So with the vice chair's office.
Yeah, that would have been my question, you know. If one of us is traveling, how do we do that?
Phone call.
Do you guys want to just do one for all 3 and then she takes possession of those and we sign them out, or however you want to do that, however the policy states? Okay.
Well, where's the policy? Huh?
Yep, go ahead, Dallas.
I believe it was sent to us via email couple months ago, maybe even 3. But yeah, the main thing is that there's several programs that aren't able to get their purchases done in a timely manner, and so the credit card would help alleviate that time because there are some instances, specifically with our behavioral health programs, within some of those policies, you can get the program or grant will cover, like if you're furthering your area of learning and you get certification, well, that grant will cover your certification, but from my experience, when I try pushing that through on like a workplace, they don't accept like a PO, they need a credit card. And so the whole point why I was supporting this going forward is that that would help keep our certification, stuff like that going forward. So that's the only reason why I was pushing that one.
Well, whoever has the policy, resend it, because I'm not pulling it up in my email.
Go ahead, Curtis.
So, I think, I think we can all have access to it, and then you would just have the main say over it. You would just do our report.
I could deny you that, right?
Well, then that,
Go ahead, Gypsy.
then that card is just to be using for that kind of stuff, not for travel or
Nope.
any of that.
It should,
We wanted a monthly report on
Right, yeah. So Dallas, you made that motion? And then we need a second?
Yeah.
I'll second.
Okay.
well, I was gonna say that the credit card, I would like to use that as the last resort of anything, so.
Okay. We have motion by Enemy Swim, second by Haipa. Question by Buffalo Lake.
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, thank you, Tribal Council. And just as far as the credit card goes, there's an actual form people have to fill out to use it. So it won't be just floating around, so it is tracked, so. Thank you, Tribal Council.
Thank you, Verlin. Go ahead, Curtis.
We're pretty much done with our
Yeah,
agenda,
that concludes our agenda for both days, actually, so.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd request to go into executive session, if we can.
Go ahead, Dallas.
If we're done with your agenda, does that mean Tom will be going home then?
Yes.
Well, with that, I'd just like to wish Tom a early happy birthday and thank him for all his hard work that he does for us.
Thank you, Tom. Happy birthday.